Hello everyone. Welcome here. Today we're going to be hunting iron, probably. Once the entirely too loud menu music gets out of my ears and I can hear myself think. Alright, so last time we managed to get, finally, iron weapon and armor. However, iron weapons and armor is not all that I want. I also want iron tools. So we need to go get those next. First though, I think there was some stuff I wanted to do. Oh, what was I heading to go do? There was something out that way I was headed to do before I realized it was too late and it was time to wrap things up. Well, first of all, we're going to go repair the end of the bridge here. I don't know what happened to the dirt here, but it's all kinds of screwed up. So... yeah. I need to go grab some stone, I think. Because I don't remember that notch being there before. Oh, we need a workbench too. Let's go get a little bit of wood. That'll be easier than just cutting a tree. Of course, it's going to rain. Well, since we're back here anyway, since it's raining on us, we might as well sleep. It was getting, not necessarily late in the evening, but into the evening. Alright. Wait a second for the rain to go away so we don't get rained down when we go outside. Hello, Dread. Well, come here. Alright. Now. I heard something break. I don't see anything that broke though. Okay, so raising the ground there just a little bit. think, fixed most of our problems. It's a much nicer transition than it was, that's for sure. I'm not sure what broke the ground here. That's weird, but... Anyway. Now. What did I come out this way? Oh yes, I was going to explore that dungeon. That's what I was going to do. So I could get a Certling core so I could build a portal. Okay, let's go back and dump the shit in our inventory that we don't need. And then let's go explore that dungeon. Let's fix this corner here. I'm not sure what happened there to make it slightly wonky, but... it's fine now. Okay. This chest is where tools go. Let's repair them first. There's no point putting them away damaged. Okay. There we go. Alright, off to the dungeon. And there we need a Certling core. There are all kinds of imperfections along this road, unfortunately. However, experience has taught me that most of those are not fixable, really. This section of road is fairly bumpy, for example, but it's a slope. Slopes just are that way. Unless they're at exactly the right angle, and yeah. Oh well. Honestly, if I were designed a game like this, I would make absolutely sure that there were tools to make perfectly smooth surfaces at just about any angle you can imagine, and then blend those surfaces into the surrounding terrain. Okay, so there's a dungeon that is literally right here that has never been explored. I'm pretty sure. I don't think I explored it. If I did, I forgot to mark it off. Okay, the doors are all closed, so that does imply fairly strongly that I never did explore it. We are massively overleveled for this place. Well, overgeared. The only thing we need out of here is 2. More would be nicer, obviously, but 2 Certling cores. And if we come out of here with 0 Certling cores, I'm going to be annoyed. But so far, it is looking like it will be that way, because that side is completely empty. We got a whole ruby out of that side. That's a dead end. Okay. That all went down very easily. There is a Surtling core. Okay, we got our 2 Surtling cores. Matter of fact, we got 4 Surtling cores. Six would have been nicer, because then we could have built a whole nother pair of portals, but alas. I will take our 4 and be happy. And that does indeed look like all that's in this dungeon. Man, this place is really... not very exciting as far as dungeons go, let's put it that way. Let's go ahead and cross that off. Okay, well, we still have a little bit of time before our daylight leaves us behind. Maybe we can run around a little bit and find another one to explore. Okay, there's a bear somewhere around here. Maybe I should try that. Oh. Might as well gather all the mushrooms we can get, because they're helpful. Blueberries I need very badly. So as many of them as I can get is great. Thistles are good. We need those for meads. I don't remember which meads they're for, but I know they're a mead ingredient. I don't want to get too deep into the forest though, because I would like to leave eventually. Alright. I would like to run into a bear. But if I run into a bear, then we obviously are going to eat up before we actually attack it. Okay, how about a troll instead? Okay, wrong dodge timing. We need to heal a lot before we do anything. Come on, heal faster, damn it. Okay. We need to be not greedy there. Oh, that was way too early. That was too early. Kill the troll in melee. Hell yeah. Let's get rid of the rest of this stub of a rock. Buddy, did you just see me kill the troll? Because you probably don't want to annoy me. Alright, well now that we're full up on health, let's see if we can find that bear that's around here somewhere. There he is. Hey, bear. Okay. Bear wasn't too hard. Damn it, my inventory's full and I didn't even notice. We don't need those. We don't need that. We definitely don't need that. Okay, that's everything I wanted from the bear, I think. Yeah, there's nothing else left on the ground there. You got another bear paw, 4 more bear hide. No bear head, unfortunately. Alright. The bear was a lot easier because I trusted my block. I probably should have used block against the troll too, but I'm not sure if it would have worked. The iron shield, it probably would have been fine. But anyway, we gotta get back and get this stuff out of our inventory. As much as I'd like to run around and find another troll to figure out if we can block troll attacks now. I'd rather do that when I didn't have a whole bunch of shit on me. Besides, I need to learn how to dodge a little better. Knowing the dodge timings will probably come in handy at some point. Okay. And over here. We need to get 2 more bear meat, so that's nice. Alright, Surtling core. We need to use one of those to build a porthole. Because I need a portal to name after the swamp. Where do I want to put the swamp portal is the real question, though. We can't just keep putting portals over there along the road. Because we had a temporary one over there earlier. It's just in the way so much. Oh, there's a bit of iron I missed picking up at some point for some reason. Oops. That does not give me enough iron to do anything interesting, though. Okay. I need a place to put portals. Yeah, it shouldn't be too far from the house. But also... I should put a workbench over here by this thing, because I think workbenches suppress enemy spawns, and I do not want enemies spawning inside my fence. I'll worry about that later. I should definitely put a workbench under the ground in here. If I remove a row of wood, dig a hole here, and then bury a workbench underneath it, that'd probably be a good idea. It wouldn't be hard to do either. Oh, that's a feature mile problem. For now, though, where do I put my damn portals? I could move the bees. No, I kind of like the bees there. Okay, what I really want to do is move my smelters. But also I like the smelters here now that I've modified this area. Because it used, like when I had the smelters over there in that corner and had the, or when I had a smelter over here somewhere in this corner and just had these all mixed up. But now that I moved them so the kilns are over there along the edge and the furnaces are here, I like this setup. It's pretty nice. I don't like having my portals there, but they can be moved once I figure out where I want to put them. I don't want them to be too far away from the house. Like, I do like the portal to Port Retinaro to be there in the boathouse. That's cool. Thematically, anyway, does harm its usability a little bit. I don't want to put anything here. Aside from like the wood piles, they're fine here, I guess. Because I want this area and out that area to remain the way it is. Obviously, putting them inside the house is a non-starter. There's not nearly enough room in there. Maybe I should... Okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to store this stuff. And I'm going to go find someplace else to raid to get another Surtling core. Or another couple of Surtling cores. Because I want to build a portal someplace else. Well, actually, no. I don't want those portals there. That's interesting. I didn't realize the unnamed portals link to each other. Anyway. I wonder if... Well... Okay. So part of me was thinking I should build a portal hub somewhere. And then I can travel to the portal hub, which we could easily do something like that here. I could travel to the portal hub and then take portals wherever I want to from there. But if I'm going to do that, then I also am going to want to put everything else base-like at the portal hub. Namely, a place to repair tools, a place to sleep, All that stuff. Which means effectively it'll become the new base. Whether I want it to or not. Because it'll be inconvenient having to take 2 portals to get somewhere. Hello, survey. So... I don't think a portal hub is a good idea. As easy as it would make things. So the last time I had the problem of not enough space for portals, I just found a convenient building, built a little shanty off the side of it and put a bunch of portals underneath that area and called it a day. But I don't really have the option to do that here. Unless I tear out the beehives and put it in here. But then how would I arrange the portals? Because we need to fit probably 4 or 5 portals in here. Yeah, I don't really like the way that would look. I wish I could dig caves, because then I would absolutely dig a tunnel into the rock right there. I'd dig a cave back in there and I'd put the portals in the cave. But you can't dig caves, so it's not workable, obviously. A possible solution would be to cut that tree down and just dig a rectangular hole. Okay, let's go get my tools. I want to see some things that the tools can reveal to me. Okay. I was kind of hoping that this would be a straight line world grid wise, but it is definitely not. It's not quite 45 degrees off, but with very careful digging, I could get a nice square looking hole dug in there, because it's close enough to 45 degrees off that it would come out mostly straight walled. And then I could fit like 3 portals down the back and 1 on each side if I didn't dig too deep. That'd still be fairly convenient. Okay, let's do that. Worst case, we can use the reset feature on the hoe to revert it back to the way it was. Minus the tree, of course. Because that, let's face it, that tree's getting in the neck. Actually, if I cut this at a bit of an angle, and then we would have an L shape in there. I'm not going to cut it all the way out along this line. Probably only to there. Yeah, that looks pretty cool. Of course, I accidentally cut it a little too deep there, but... Or not too deep, but... I cut into the wall more than I originally intended. Gotta be careful with these things or you end up digging out a lot more than you want. Okay, I think that's ready for leveling. Actually, no, it's not, because you can see this wall is... Damn it! Okay, we can fix that, though. Now we can, anyway. Okay. Almost perfect. There we go. Okay, that should all level out nicely. Okay. Don't go knocking down trees I don't want you to knock down. Okay. Now. We need a stone cutter. Should have enough material for that. There we go. Okay. That'll work. Got a nice little paved corner in there. At the same time, I kind of want to pave this area over here underneath these things. Like, not the whole area. Just the area directly underneath the stuff. Yeah, it looks cool. Okay. We'll finish that later. For now. Okay. You can fit 3 over there and 2 here. Okay, so you are merchant. You will be elder. Means you're going to move these 2 portals. Should make those 2 connect. Yep. Now. I don't quite like the way this one's nestled in there. And this one here is not quite flat. Like there's just a little too much slope in that back corner. As much as it pains me to do this. That's better. Okay, now we gotta go fix this. Man, that reset tool is such a useful. And we're out of stone. Okay, well that gives it a much flatter set. And you, I'm gonna move a little bit. Place it at an angle like that. you are swamp. And I'm not sure what we're gonna name this one to. That one's available for later, I guess. I'm just gonna name it Return, so we have an empty portal there I can just use to get back from wherever. And then eventually we'll build a fourth portal there when I have reason to build one. Okay, for now let's grab a little bit of stone and let's fix that floor. And then we're going to finish paving underneath the smelters. Okay. Yeah, good enough for who it's for. I do want it to blend into its surroundings a little bit. Okay. It's not perfect, but it's close enough. We'll see what it looks like in the morning. Okay. Now. You know what? Got an idea. I need some materials. I do have some building pieces here. We have this turf roof piece. If I were to place a beam there, okay. have a bit of a vision here, and I think it's going to work because of the slope of the ground. It needs to be higher. It's so close. But the slope of the ground is about right. Nearly bang on 45 degrees across there. And then if we overlap a couple of these at slightly different altitudes, it won't make a cave or anything ridiculous like that. We're not trying for that, really. Okay, no, I don't actually like the effect of stepping it. I thought I would, but I didn't like the effect. I don't like the effect of it stepped. Now, what about if I put a bit of a back wall on it? I don't think that's going to look quite right either. Actually, if I landscape this a little bit, but I think this one has to be running this way. And then after a while, we can reverse and go the other way, leaving a hole, but still. Okay, now for roof peak. Okay, that actually doesn't look half bad if we snap a beam in there. Okay. Oh, come on. Okay, that neatly fills that gap in. Okay. I don't really want to roof the whole thing, but we'll see where this gets us. Okay. Yeah, actually, that's pretty decent shape for the cutout. We need to get more wood, though, because we finish some things. Yeah, I don't have any more wood in storage, so we're going to have to get it from the wood pile. That's fine. We can do that. I never liked that third row of the wood pile anyway. Okay, so one thing that's really obvious to me is that this is going to look way better if I don't have a broken hammer. This is going to look way better, I think, if I have a didn't get everything. It's going to look way better if I have a ceiling in there and don't just leave the roof as its own little ceiling. So I think that's an appropriate height for a ceiling. Kind of wish I'd left the portals out now. It would make it easier to see what I was doing. come on. Damn it. There we go. For just a second, it was in the right spot. There is one problem with the mod that adds the more snapping points. It adds too many of them. Sometimes. Most of the time, the extra snap points are exactly what you want. And even, well, okay, all the time they're exactly what you want. The problem is, sometimes the extra ones do end up getting in the way. And there's not really a whole lot you can do about it. It's completely wrong. Okay, I think that's correct. Okay, that looks kind of cool. These are thick enough that we got a little bit of Z fighting. But it's not bad enough to be a real issue. Okay. Yeah, that's cool. You would not want to build a roof like this in real life, because this valley slope right here would... Well, it's sloping off enough this direction that it might not be a huge problem, but... It would dump water down the back wall, let's put it that way. Also, this post doesn't look very substantial. Out of wood. Okay. Need a little more wood. Yeah, it's a lot more substantial looking outpost. Looks like it would actually support weight. That's not placed right. Damn it, those two are both off. They looked fine where they were, but... Well, as far as ones that are misplaced goes, those are easy to replace. Okay, that looks correct. Alright, lovely. Lovely. Let's go sleep for the night. And our little portal shack is pending good look at it in the light, completed. Are there any workbench upgrade things I can make that I haven't made yet? No. I don't think there's any forge upgrade things I can make either. Bellows, anvil. Wait, do I have a forge bellow? How do I not have a forge bellows? Oh, this could be interesting to try to fit in. Yeah, we're gonna have to remove the whole forge setup. It's not the end of the world. Okay. Forge cooler. Go right underneath the window. And the anvils was the other one. I don't have the big anvil either. Well, the small anvils can go in that corner. And the smith's anvil, which I can't actually afford. We need to build a smithy somewhere. Like an outdoor one. That'll rearrange all this stuff again. If I do build a smithy, it should be attached to the house though. So we could like tear out this wall and build a stone thing out here. I think that's what I'm going to end up doing. I want more iron for that though. But I might not tear out the whole wall, like not this front corner because that's too close to the bridge. But like tear out these 3 wall sections and build something out to the edge of the water. And make kind of an open air half-walled balcony or something with some modifications to the roof. Yeah, I think I got a pretty good idea of what I want to do already. But for that, we need to go get more iron. I think we're done tweaking this place for now. Okay. We're going to have to sail the boat back down to the swamp portal area. And then we'll do the next dungeon down the line. So, let's go take a portal. Well, it's nice and early in the day. We're going to need the carve over there anyway to bring the stuff back. Let's take the carve over. Bastard's eating my carve again. Come on. Alright. Now we just sail right up to the main channel. Or what passes for a main channel through here. And head down to Port Waitanaro. Where we will switch boats. And then we'll sail down south. I think we'll probably take the route more or less that we took to get back last time. Damn it. I was worried about the hull hitting the pier, so I was steering away from it. But I should have worried more about the mast hitting, apparently. We're being shoved sideways pretty hard by the wind, which is why I was worried about hitting. Okay. As long as we keep an eye out for the banks, we should be pretty safe from here on to sail. What did I just say? I think, to be fair, that was a rock, not the bank. And I think the reason it got us is because we were heeled over pretty far. And of course the wind swings around to be in front of us. Because of course it does. Alright, let's dock against the far side. That's the hardest one to reach with the longbow ship anyway. Okay. I should remove the temporary workbenches. That'll give us repair materials. All right. Let's see if we can get turned around in here. Surprisingly, yes we can. And it's not even particularly difficult. Difficult part, of course, is going to be turning around. If we had the wind behind us, it would be very easy to stop and turn, but alas, we don't. Okay. But we're out. Into the river itself. Now we just gotta avoid a couple rocks along the way and we'll be out in the ocean. And once we're out into the ocean, we'll still have to deal with some unfavorable wind, but it's not incredibly unfavorable. It'll be a little hard to get to the channel to sail south. We might have to row for a ways. Yeah, I think we're going to follow the channel down here. We'll take the river and then through the swamp here to our portal. That's the route we've been taking. It's relatively safe. There is a bear here we might stop and fight. Now that I have iron gear, we can kill bear without too much trouble. As long as I don't screw it up. So let's row straight over to this mountain and then we can turn south and go. I don't have much food on me, but I should have enough to get down to the swamp, no problem. If we use that much food just going south, then we got trouble. And once we're down there, we can portal back anytime we want. Okay, we're into the channel. We're going to be sailing a bit close to the wind, but better than rowing, I guess. Barely, but better than rowing. I don't know if it's any faster than rowing, mind you. Oh, of course. Now the wind swings around in front of us. Well, this channel's too narrow for us to catch the wind. It's not quite directly down the middle of the channel, but it's pretty close. Close enough we won't be able to catch it just by zigzagging a little bit. So no tacking either. Ugh. I guess we row. It does turn harder south here in a little bit, which might get us a little bit of better bite of the wind, but I was kind of hoping that would take us from quite close hauled to a slightly more reasonable angle. Instead, it's going to take us from rowing to maybe being able to use our sails. Emphasis on maybe. Yeah, it's about as close hauled as possible to get. Yeah, no, we got the row. Unless I hook over to the other side of the channel, and then we can try that. As wind doesn't change, we're going to be having a very long, slow trip. Oh well. Man, this thing is slow. Yeah, it's probably faster than running. But man, this thing is slow. It's definitely faster than running multiple times with loads of iron. Actually, honestly, it's probably faster to run just to get there. God, it's not really that far. And we definitely have to go out of our way to get a good water route. Oh well. At some point we need to make a grand voyage to explore around this island over here. Possibly pair of islands. I didn't go very far into this bay. So I don't remember if this is actually a bay or if that's a passage. But we can't do that until we can survive the plains with some reliability. Okay, we can drop some sails here. I should get us, assuming the wind holds, most of the way south. Ugh. It won't be as smooth as... Oh, damn it, the wind's swinging around us again. Exactly the wrong way. Now it is coming straight ahead. Well, let's turn out into the channel a little bit more. There's no point sailing in shallower waters when we can stay in the channel. Well, it's not saving us anything. If sailing through the shallower waters caught us some wind, then it'd be worth it. But since it doesn't, it's not. We'll just stay out in the channel. More room to maneuver, less chance of hitting a rock. Yeah. We're not far away from the river. It's pretty much due south of us. One problem here. Well, yeah. There is a bit of plains here by the river. It's not much. I don't think I've ever seen a skeeter there. If you hug the other bank, we should hopefully be fine, even if we're moving slow. Hopefully, anyway. It's definitely annoying that we had to row our well the whole way out here. Because this is a pretty short trip if you have good wind. Obviously not that short of a trip if you have bad wind. Is that a bear over there? Kind of looks like one. Okay, we're sailing into rocks. I'm gonna go ahead and eat up. So if we see that bear that was blocking the channel last time, we can stop and ask him politely to please let us through. Of course, I had to start raining as soon as we hit the Black Forest. Yeah, you can see the bear over there in the water. I need to regen health, but we're going to regen very slowly in the rain and cold. So maybe I should just stop rowing and sit here, wait for the day. Ah, well. Leave the boat here by the bank for now. One star grade dwarf. Okay, so I saw that bear run around up here earlier. He is right up there. Hey, bear. Hey, what are you doing? Get back here. Okay. With iron gear, Bear, not very hard. That got us 4 more bear hide, another bear claw, 2 more bear meat. No bear head, unfortunately. But I understand that's a fairly rare bear drop. All right. Let's use some sail to push us off the bank. Yeah. I was hoping to wiggle around that. There's a maneuver you can do where you pull up to a rock and you swing into the rock pretty hard, and that gets the nose around it, and then you swing hard away from it, and that gets the tail away from it and pulls the middle of the boat away from it. Oops, wrong way. There we go. Because of how much the boat pivots around the nose. And I didn't do it quite right there for that one rock. That was a bird, I think. Stop pushing me around, you piece of shit. This is the worst possible place to get stopped because we're right at the edge of the plains. Well, it would have been slightly worse farther up. Also, with the waves moving the way they are, we can't sail through there. Look at how much... Yeah, look how much wave movement there is up ahead of us. You can see the bottom of the river. That's what happened the last time we tried to sail through here. It made the boat bob up and down like crazy, and we kept slamming into the bottom. So there will be no sailing that direction right now. I need to grab some wood out of the boat, though. Since we're beached, we might as well repair the boat. Took a bit of damage when we ran into that brute. Right here we're far enough in that the wave action's not a problem, but look up there. You can see the bottom of the river. Not good. If we timed it perfectly, we might be able to make it through. Not really. It wouldn't work. I wish I would have brought parts for another portal, because then I could have dropped a temporary portal here and went back. But I guess we'll just have to be miserable instead. Show me, how much wood do I have on me? 20? I didn't bring the hoe, so we can't do any leveling. About as level it's going to get, I think. Well, now I'm invested in this little thing, so... One moment, please. Let's just ignore the fact the sun has come back. Okay. Now. That works. that. There. Perfect. Okay, that'll work quite nicely. Now I kind of want to put in a fake roof. For that we need a little more wood. Chop down another beech tree if you want that. So I do need more wood anyway, due to needing to replace the wood that belongs in the boat. Why are there a bunch of skeletons up here? Okay, we don't need bone shards. Okay, there's probably something in the Black Forest. I don't feel like exploring though. Come stand on the other side of this log so I can smack you. Alright, that should be plenty. Yeah, 42 wood's not enough, then I don't want you to know how much it's going to take. Okay. There we go. Our squalid little hole in the ground. I really need to bring in my hoe to flatten the ground in here, but we don't have it with us. I left it at home was an unnecessary waste of inventory. I guess I could just build one. There's nothing that says I can't. Let's unload some of this crap here. Okay. That's much better. Damn it, I'm one piece of wood short. Actually, I need more than that because I need 10. Okay. I'm still one piece of wood short. Actually, I'm more than that short because I want some for building a torch. And we need to have a campfire or we can't actually sleep in the bed. Oops. It's not really what I wanted to do. That's better. Where's undo button? That's a mod, actually. That adds an undo button to the hoe. Which is amazing. And I don't think I would ever want to play without it ever again. Okay. Oh, we can't do that with a stone cutter. Okay, we need the pathen square. So I get rid of that damn grass. Perfect. Alright. Well, let's sleep until morning. This would be a rather inconvenient place to spawn, but... the idea of this place, which I am going to mark, is that I can use it to sleep when it's storming and we can't sail through there. Because when it's storming, there's too much wave action right there and the river's too shallow. And this boat will beach itself. Because during a storm, you can see the bottom of the river right here. And last time we went through here, well, okay, even without, there's enough wave action, even without a storm, that we still drag on the bottom a little bit right there. I should probably fix that because this is going to be a major throughput, I think. It's just a little bit too convenient to sail through here with the big ship. Alright. Let's get the sails down all the way before a skeeter comes and gets us. So far, of the mods I've installed, no, wind, why? I'm trying to sail that direction. Well, at least it didn't swing around in front of us until after we were out of the river. Yeah, we gotta sail through that gap over there, which is directly into the wind. Directly straight into the wind. At least there's no rocks or anything through there, it's just shallow swamp water. Anyway. It'll only take us about a year to get there. So actually, if we did die and respawn here at the rest stop, it's not that long of a run to get to the tower, and from there we can portal back to the main base. So it wouldn't be that big of a deal. Oh. I just finished saying that there weren't any rocks, it was just a shallow swamp area, but I forgot about this little neck right here. There are some rocks here. Aside from this narrow spot, it's not too bad though. I don't think there's any hidden rocks around. There's a leech swimming toward us. I wish him good luck because we're going to continue sailing away. Oh. And while we're not fast, we're not slow enough that he's going to catch up either. So far we've spent far, far, far too long just to sail out here. Yeah, I need to go restock on food. I need to get rid of all the crap we picked up along the way. And then we can raid the swamp properly. Okay, our destination's not too far ahead. I don't think it's worth trying to tack. Because almost no matter what, we would have to end up sailing into the wind to get to the actual destination. Ugh. Let's see. So we can learn anything about fishing while we wait to get to where we're going. Oh, interesting. Apparently it's possible to do it just right so you can grab the fish off the end of the hook without having to reel them in. If you have it short enough, close enough to a boat or whatever. Alright, well, we need to turn into shore now to reach the portal. You can see right there. It looks like something is beating the shit out of my workbench I left there. And something just broke my workbench. Bastards. I didn't want to build a proper base here because lazy. But I should probably have put in at least a some walls or something. Anyway, here we are. We have reached our destination. I don't see whatever culprit destroyed our workbench. Alright, let's go ahead and load up on crap from the boat. And let's go back home. That way we can set our spawn back to someplace useful. And we can unload all this crap. Repair our tools, our weapons, our armor. Let's see. Oh, I should have left this hoe behind. Oh well, we have two hoes here now. It's not the end of the world. Matter of fact, that might even be considered a good thing. Now. Food. Let's leave most of our honey behind. Let's grab more carrots. Let's go ahead and make some more minced meat sauce. You could actually make deer meat stew if you wanted to at this point. However, just plain old cooked fish is almost as good or better. So let's cook a few fish. All right. And then we'll be all set. Where's the sun? Okay. Yeah, we should probably sleep and head out in the morning. Okay, we'll eat a fish, eat a carrot. We'll eat the more expensive stew and poison mead once we actually get there. Alright. Time to go forth and do murder. Wonder if that abomination's still stomping around over here. Yep, there he is. We could probably try to go kill the abomination. I kind of want to give it a try. Alright, those iron weapons were, I mean, obviously, but they were a substantial upgrade. Absolutely massive. If a man has no arms but has a gun in his pocket, is he armed? I don't know. Could he fire it with his feet? Some armless people are pretty talented that way. I don't really want to go over there and fight him because there's a whole bunch of excitement over there. So we'll draw him over this way. This is probably going to end poorly for me, by the way. Where is he going? If it's gonna let me just pelt him with fire arrows, I will continue to do so. I want to see if I can block his attacks. Yes. Yes, I can. Okay, that one needs to be dodged. Pretty sure it's unblockable. I tried to roll and didn't do it in time. Ow. Man, the knockback he does is insane. Yeah, abomination trophy. Sticky fishing bait. You might as well murder this tree. It's down already. Get some wood out of the deal. Store it in the boat so we have more wood for the future. Clearly those Grey Dwarves weren't very observant. Because they had to have saw me take on the abomination. But they were all in anyway. And there's no way they can be even a fraction as threatening as an abomination is. Alright, let's go back and ditch this stuff. Get away from the boat, you piece of shit. I want to push this boat away from shore a little bit. It's just a bit too close. Okay, there's a leech under there. Let's pull him out here so we can kill him without damaging the boat. There's a bunch of leeches in there. Not sure what they thought they were doing. Nice boat. I do rather like it. And it's not taking random damage. Okay, back to base. Yeah, we just had to sail down there so that I could bring back iron, because you can't take iron through a portal. Abomination trophy. I'm not sure where I'm going to store that. We'll have to go look through my chest and see which one would be appropriate. But anyway. It's still pretty early in the day, so we'll head back out immediately after we store this trophy. We can go in there for now. Alright. Back out to the swamp. Now that we've cleared out that abomination. Oh wait, there was some stuff I didn't pick up here that he dropped as well. Root. And some guck. Okay. We'll just keep those in our inventory for now. It means we won't be able to bring back quite as much from our next swamp trip, but it'll be fine. Couple of pesky skeletons. Okay, that dungeon's the one we cleared out last time we were here. So that one's the one we're going to this time. Oh yeah, we can two-hit Draugr with this. I'll take it. All right. Ooh. Okay. Well, that was a more exciting entrance than I really wanted to deal with. Oh, I see why this is going to be so exciting. That's a 1-star Draugr Archer. I would really rather have not. Okay, what's in the chest? 20 iron. Hell yeah. That's a great find. Getting things started off on the right foot. Okay. And our inventory's full already. We haven't even explored down that open passage. Next time. Let's go dump this iron at the boat and go get rid of our stuff. Okay. Straight that way should be the portal. More or less. And then, yeah, we can't portal with the iron, of course. As noted in this description, it can't be teleported. So that goes in the boat. Everything else comes back with us. Gets dumped into chests. And then we go again. Is there anything in here that needs to go back? No. Okay, good. Any raw metals cannot be teleported in Valheim. So copper, tin, iron, doesn't matter. Once you make it into something, like a weapon, then apparently the portal forgets that it's metal and lets you go take it through. It's a bit of a silly restriction, but the reason it exists is basically so that you can't just build portals everywhere and then never have to sail. It gives you a strong reason to have to, well, it's not just for sailing, but it gives you a strong reason that you can't teleport everywhere. So that you do have to travel to places over land more than once. But otherwise, you just take your boat, go exploring, drop portals everywhere that looked interesting, and then never ever sail back there again. Whereas this way you actually have to, well, any place you want to bring metals back from, you have to sail to. It is a rather arbitrary restriction. Leech trophy. I'll take that. I don't know what adrenaline does in this game. I should look it up. It's a whole mechanic. And I'm not even sure if it actually does anything. Okay, we gotta swim here. That's a dead end. Okay, well, I'm not going to complain about the swimming section being a dead end. Alright, let's take that route first. Just run straight into another scrap pile. It's kind of dark in here, but not a whole lot I can do about that, unfortunately. I could bring a torch in, but I wouldn't be able to hold the torch and swing the pickaxe at the same time. So that's not like it would really help then. Take an anti-poison. Although we actually managed to kill him before he poisoned us. Iron weapons are good. Alright, we reach a three-way intersection, one way of which is a dead end. Alright, well, let's go that way. Now, there we go. So these scrap piles contain various debris. The most useful of what we can find in here is iron. But it also can contain other materials. Blob right over there. It poisoned us. That's why we took the anti-poison earlier. Oh, come on. Alright, we've reached a room with some treasure on the ground, 3 scrap piles leading various directions, and a treasure chest in the middle. And our inventory is now full. So, let's return the way we came. And go dump our stuff. And we're going to be doing that A rather large. When did this pop up? Has it been here all along and I just never noticed it? Must have. Oop, Draugr Elite. I am 1,000,000% going to die if I'm not careful. Okay, we gotta get rid of this. Damn bone pile. Stamina's a bit low. It's definitely not helping. Damn it, we got a 1-star Draugr right there. Alright, well, it's going to be annoying to get that body back, but it shouldn't be too hard. It is in the open, so we can just drive by it. The really annoying part is my inventory is completely full. Let's go grab a little bit of food. Doesn't have to be good food. Some stamina. A bit more than no health. Oh, it's cold at night. So let's go ahead and sleep. We'll leave in the morning. Okay. Now. Save our stamina. Well, we don't really need to because surprising how much faster you feel when your armor's not making you like 15% slower. There's the guys that killed us. Whee! Okay. Pardon me if I turn around and murder the pursuers. Okay, 1-star Draugr are quite threatening. There's another one of these things right over there. Let's see, do I have a good marker for it? Alright, we do want to come back over here because there's a whole load of loot. Okay, there's actually not that much loot. There are a couple... let's drop the bones. We have tons of bones. Okay. I do want to come back and clean that out later. Alright now though. For now, let's go repair our gear. Get new gear. Okay, we're 20% slower. Our armor is making us 10% slower. Where's the other 10% coming from? Oh. It's from our buckler and sword. Okay. No wonder we feel so much faster when we don't have armor on. We're a whole, actually 20% faster. Okay. Now. We have 12 iron to put in the boat. I think I'm going to go ahead and the next time we have a morning save, I'm going to go find a mod for equipment slots. Because this inventory size is becoming actually obnoxious. Okay, what time of day is it? It's still pretty early, okay. Let's go ahead and repair our stuff. All right. If I check. Okay, armor and weapons apparently don't count against us when they're not equipped. Which makes sense. But it does mean we run 10% faster if we sheath our stuff. It's useful to keep in mind. Okay, we took this route. I swear I saw a flicker of interact thing there. Yeah, there's some bits of muddy scrap pile stuck in the walls that I can't get. Alright, well. Okay, this is the last room we had reached, I think. Yeah, we just kept turning right. We'll keep that pattern up for now. Turn right at every opportunity. That way it'll be harder to be lost. Amber, withered bone, chest with crap in it. Some pearls. Another opportunity to turn right. Okay, this is a dead end. Okay. Well, that's a dead end, so this is the next right turn we can make. Although I think it is also a dead end. Okay. Well, that was a dead end. This room is a collective dead end. So back we go. And this is the new right turn. Okay. That's a dead end. Okay. Yeah, can't get to that. Alright, back to where we came. And this is the new right turn. This is also a dead end, it looks like. Well, we broke the pickaxe. We actually didn't fill our inventory completely. that does mean we'll have plenty of nice opportunities to collect loots. I want to get rid of these piles over here. Okay. A wooden sledge. This should probably hurt more than it does. Okay. It does 1 blunt damage, 210 knockback. Wait. That's even more knockback than the Stag Breaker. But it does, like, no damage, so... Interesting. This one have a loot chest in the middle? Doesn't look like it. Okay. Well, that's an interesting item. Our inventory is almost full, so let's head back. And dump this stuff. Let's see what this thing looks like. Oh yeah, that's just as comical as you could ever want. Okay. We gotta go find something to test this on. I need to see what 210 knockback looks like. There's a leech. Yeah, that's pretty substantial knockback. Effectively no damage, but can't have everything, I guess. Alright. Let's get out of here. Let's get back now that our inventory's full. Okay, we have 9 iron. That's not very good, but it's better than 0. What in the world is happening to our boat? It didn't take a ton of damage, but that was definitely weird. To at least get it parallel to the shore, so it's not so much of a pain to swim to. It doesn't have to be as close to the shore as it was. Okay. Close enough I can jump out to it and store the iron. Okay. Now, I want a stag breaker instead of the wooden sledge. Honestly, I don't even really want stag breaker. It's an interesting weapon, but it's outlived its usefulness. Just not sure what should really take its spot in my gear. I'm gonna put the swamp key up there just to fill a slot that I don't need to fill with anything else. Alright, let's grab some resin. Gotta run around and light all the torches again. Oh, you know, I don't have a cape. I don't really have... I could make these patterns of the bear, which would make us take more damage in exchange for dealing more damage and having more stamina regen and health regen. It's kind of tempting. It's a set effect though, which means we need to be wearing all three of the set pieces. I think. Yeah, I don't really have a cape worth wearing right now. Okay, so I did say that when I saved the game next, I was going to see if I could find an equipment slot mod. So, world saved. Let's go ahead and see what options exist. don't know if this is what I'm looking for or not. This looks more... No. It gives you an extra secondary inventory. But some of the slots are definitely not just for equipment. Food slots, ammo slots, miscellaneous slots. Not really what I'm looking for. Hmm. Okay, it looks like equipment's a quick slot mod is what we're looking for. Okay, R2. Modman. I always want to click these start buttons up here. They're just inconveniently placed. What is this one? Yeah, it's just a larger inventory. Okay, that's not what we're looking for, though. Hmm. I just want the equipment slots. Okay, what was that damn mod called again? Equipment and... I'm not actually finding it, which means it might be incompatible, because it is on Thunderstore. It's tagged as supposedly being compatible. I think, if I'm reading that correctly. So mark deprecated. Oh, that's why it's not showing up. Oh, okay. I assumed that was something that had been fixed, but I guess not. Okay, because supposedly this has some kind of bug that interacts with some things badly and can eat your stuff. So let's not do that then. Okay, that's not helpful. That's not what I'm looking for, really. I figured surely there would be something that would just add nice, simple equipment slots, but it certainly doesn't seem like it. Okay, this is a suggestion, which means yeah, that's not helpful. Bunch of Redditors being Redditors. Um, yeah. It looks like every mod that solves this problem just straight up adds random ass slots that can do whatever. And a ton of other shit as well. So it looks like we might have to use something like this. We'll try this. And then start the game. Generate the config file. Then we're going to have to go through the config file and turn off all the shit I don't want, which is apparently a lot. Okay, quit the game. Config editor. Edit config. Okay. Extra inventory rows, 0. Add dedicated row for equipped items and quick slots. On. Display equipment separate panel. On. Auto equip items. Disable if you prefer manual equipping. We'll leave that on for now, maybe. Quick slots to add. Are these new quick slots? Because if so, I don't want them. Okay, dedicated slot for the wishbone on. Otherwise, I'd never bring the stupid wishbone along. Dedicated slot or wisp light, sure. Okay. Utility slots use armor. Leave that alone. Show vanity button. Off. Show loadout button. Off. Quick slot hotkeys. Okay, these are special custom, which means that they probably leave the default hotbar alone. Which means I'm going to go up here and set this to 0. I do not want any extra quick slots. I'm okay with what we've got. I don't want their absurd hotkeys. Okay. Drop all button off. All right. That should work, I think. Let's go ahead and start the game back up and see if anything's obviously broken. Alright, what's my inventory look like? Much more sane, that's what it looks like. Hell yeah. Very good. Get all that shit out of my inventory. Oh, that was the other thing I was going to look up. What exactly does adrenaline do? I misspelled that. Okay, adrenaline's generated by the player. A trinket equipped. Unequipping trinket does not reset adrenaline. Okay, whatever. Slowly decreases. Yeah, but what's it do? When maximum amount of adrenaline is reached, all adrenaline is consumed and the trinket power is activated. Okay. But what do the trinkets do? Because this one doesn't seem to... It just says 65 adrenaline. It doesn't say what it does. A delicate yet defensive accessory. Okay, does it increase my defense or something? Okay, here we go. Heart of the Forest gives plus 25% health regen when triggered, apparently. For 60 seconds. The Iron Brooch gives plus 50 health and 20 armor. For 30 seconds when triggered. Okay, well it'd be nice if these things actually said what they did on them, but... Oh well. I have to say, it takes a lot of swinging a weapon around to get adrenaline up to 65. Does this menu tell me? Doesn't look like it. Yeah, okay. Nothing in here tells me what anything does, which would have been, you know, useful, but alas. Okay. Okay. At least we don't have half our inventory taking up the gear anymore. I do wish I could shrink this back over to the side, because I don't really care about this paper towel. It doesn't actually give me anything I couldn't see just by looking at my character. Just wait a second or two to get some of my health regenerated, then we'll go through. Well. Alright, that's enough for now. Yeah, I really don't see why anyone would want even more quick slots than what you can fit in the hotbar. But oh well. Okay, on to the next area. This has all been cleared out, I believe. Yeah, because right here's where we were digging last time when the pickaxe broke. Okay, and that was a dead end as well. Which means we go this way now. Oh, come on. Okay. All right. Down the next path. Okay. Okay. That dead end's cleared out. On to the next path. This one also looks like a dead end, maybe not. Yeah, it is. Okay. Well, so much for that side path. Now for this one. Oh, this is the one that was a dead end as well. Okay, well that means this crypt is clear. It only had a fraction of the stuff that the other one we cleared out had in it. Way smaller. Okay, well we got more dungeons. Yeah, let's go start clearing out another dungeon. There's one right over that way. Not that far away. Okay. This one. It's got a thing for bone mass right here in the right near the beginning. Chest with a few random arrows in it. Nothing too fancy. Directly forward is blocked off. Okay. No obvious dead ends to get started. So we'll just start heading right. Oh wait, there's more chests here I almost missed. Another chest. One. Alright. It almost acts like two scrap piles placed on top of each other. Regenerate. Okay, there's an open door, so we'll check this way first. Loots, another open door though. A blob. Okay, let's loot all these rooms. Bunch of rubies. Chest. Another bone mass thing. Okay, the rules say we head right. And the pickaxe broke. So this trip is over. With 15 iron. Not terribly much. But it does have some other nice things going for it. That looks like a Draugr ruin over there. Yeah. Some kind of rune stone here, anyway. Bit of scrap just laying in the swamp. There's definitely something that drops scrap out here. I'm not entirely sure what it is. Here we have a nice pit. Contains nothing of any interest to anyone. You can't dive in the water anyway, so there's definitely nothing down there. There's more scrap iron. What drops random scrap iron in the swamp? I've never killed anything that drops scrap iron, but sometimes you just find bits of it laying on the ground. There's more scrap iron. Either something drops scrap iron, or they just spontaneously randomly generates dropped scrap iron. I'm not sure which I find more likely. It could be either. That's a 1-star leech. Yeah, okay, we're getting pretty full. Let's head back and dump our crap. Alright, iron goes in the ship. Everything else goes through the portal. Looks like the sun's going down, so we got back perfect timing. Alright. Looks like we have 59 iron so far, which isn't very much, but it's 59 more than we had. Alright, let's go repair the pickaxe. Alright. Off we go to the swamp again. We did repair the pickaxe. Yep, okay. I don't remember how many different dungeons I would have cleared out in the Armco server. But I do remember having to clear out quite a few. I think it's that farther in one that we were at. Abomination! Alright, I definitely want to fight him, but let's see if we can do it someplace where I'm not going to be eaten by leeches. He's running away from me. I will happily fill him full of every arrow I can get my hands on. We still don't have a very good bow. And we're not using particularly good arrows. Just the basic fire arrows. Damn it, stop messing with toughies. There we go. Look at his ass on fire. Alright, let's fight this bastard. Mistimed my roll. I mistimed my roll because I was too busy trying to attack at the same time. Okay, I need to block the hits. I need to run away from all of that because my health is too low right now. Okay, I hope you don't mind, Mr. Abomination, but I'm just going to hang out here for a bit while I heal. Hey, where do you think you're going? Get your fiery ass back here. Okay, he's like 1 or 2 good hits away. Depending on what his armor is. Not bow hits, but... Let's go kill him with a sword. There. I'm very skilled. I killed the abomination with a sword. Ignore all the damage I did to him first with a bow. Well, he knocked over a log for us, so I'm not going to say no. Alright, well right there is the dungeon that we were exploring. Yep, it is open. Okay, right there's where we were digging. And we were so rudely interrupted by breaking our pickaxe. Okay, that's a dead end. That's a dead end as well. Okay. And this also is a dead end. Splendiferous. Okay, this is all dead ends. Now, this is not a dead end. I'm gonna sail back after this. Well, after I finish clearing this one out completely. Okay, that's a dead end. This one kind of looks like it might be one. Yeah, it is. Okay. That's the red end. This one's not. Hello, Treebeard. Okay, why did I bother to drink an anti-poison? We're about to break the pickaxe, so... Not be able to explore much farther. And there we go. Pickaxe broke. 18 scrap iron so far. I think this is the way out, yep. Okay. Now, back to the boat. I don't remember how much scrap we had in the boat. I'm pretty sure that when you block them and you get that big splash and stagger animation, pretty sure that's what the game calls a parry. And that hello, bear. Come on. Try again. Missed. That is so insanely useful that I don't think that I will ever use anything other than the bucklers. Because the amount of extra damage you deal to an enemy who's staggered like that. Okay, we're full of crap now. Can't pick up those necktails because we have too much stuff. Throw that shit overboard. We don't care about resin. I'd much rather have a necktail. Alright. There's the boat. 77 scrap iron so far. Not bad. That's out of 2 dungeons. We're not done with the 1 dungeon. But last time we got like, what, 96 was it? Out of a single dungeon? Doesn't look particularly dark out or anything. Okay, rusted bonus acquired. Back to the swamp we go. There's no point sleeping if it's not dark. Now, I should look at the stats on the bear armor and decide if it's worth making or if it's, I'd rather just ignore it. If you get the parry timing, the better you get it, it seems like the lower the damage you take is. Not sure if it actually is the case or if it just feels that way. But anyway. You definitely take lower damage if you're at least somewhat close. Like what seems with the bucklers, if you just hold block, they don't do shit. Enemies hit through them with a ton of damage and they're just not that effective. If you're even vaguely close on timing, you'll block the attack, most of its damage. If you're pretty close to perfect on timing, I don't know if there's like, there's definitely some stuff under the floor there and I don't like that. My loot. Anyway, it seems like the closer you get on timing, the more you stagger the enemy and the fancier the big screen flash you get is. Okay. Yeah, we're not going like that. Got a ruby. We take those. Okay, that room's cleared out. It's a dead end. Okay. Cleared out. This room's clear. This room's clear. Looks like this whole side area is cleared now. Alright. Now for this path. Part of me would like this place to be another gigantic labyrinth, just absolutely loaded with scrap. Another part of me just wants a good excuse to load the boat up and go home. Okay, I don't think I've ever seen this room before. Actual upward stairs. Looks like it led into a dead end, though. Must be a rare room or something. Okay. Well, that's a dead end. So now we're down the last path that we can head down. And we broke our pickaxe. Back to the boat. Looks like it's night. If I had to guess. I probably should bring materials along with me and build little outposts at the entrance to the dungeons. There's like a little bit of wood, so I can build some enclosure around it and place a a simple forge. Nothing too fancy. Just a forge and a workbench. Bit of roof. Okay. Well, there's one of them wraith things. Well, I didn't decide to look behind me because that didn't sound quite like the normal ambient bullshit. We might have had a very bad time there. Also, if I hadn't decided to eat more when I came out of the dungeon, noticed we were a little low. Okay. Some wandering Draugr. I'm guessing wraiths spawn in the swamp at night. Oh, it's a boar. Not sure what he thinks he's doing. But I will take his meat and leather. That's a great orc brute. There's no match for us anymore. Oh, it's morning now. Okay. Well, let's go drop our iron off of the boat. $92 iron so far. Not bad. Looks like we'll have a haul at least as large as what we did last time. And then we just have to sail back. And then we can have iron tools. And we'll build the forge onto the house. Except, no we won't because it's 10:24. I need to go. Okay, let's take a couple minutes to run around and juice up the torches everywhere. then we'll head out to Port Guadenaro. And we'll juice up its torches. I really wish I didn't have to run around and refill the torches all the time like this. Oh well. Alright, back to the house. Probably refill the fires and stuff too. How's this one doing? Alright, well. Anyway. It is 10:27. That is a few minutes earlier than what I would like to quit, but we don't have enough time before actual quitting time to make another swamp run. So, we will continue that next week. Probably take a few more delves, depending on how many rooms are behind that last branch. But it'll take a couple more delves to clear out that swamp dungeon. And then when that's cleared out, we can sail the boat back. And then I want to build a smithy onto the house. Because I don't really have room to put the full-size anvil in the building. It doesn't really fit. Anyway. Yeah. Plus, that'll make a little more room inside the house, so it'll be a little less cramped, and I can move some things around and make space for future expansion. I already kind of planned out how I want the smithy to look. It's going to be a little balcony, sort of, built off the side of the house on the creek side, in the one corner. Nice stone floor. I don't know if there'll be a step down or not. Probably or not. And then it'll have a little roof of its own of some sort. Anyway. Probably. We'll have to see how it all works out. I might change the shape of the roof around it to make it a little more. Yeah. You never really can tell exactly how you want a roof to work out until you start building it. Tomorrow is Monday. And that means Crab Champions. Tuesday and Wednesday will most likely be Sniper Ghost Warrior Contracts 2. And then Thursday will be Far Cry 2. Friday, we will have some EDF. And then Saturday and Sunday, with more Valheim. I'm not sure how much longer the Valheim run's going to go, but it's going to be a while. We are nowhere close to me getting tired of it yet. But anyway. For tonight, though, is there anyone on the follow list who's doing anything? Abby's playing Kingdom Come Deliverance too. Okay. Sure, why not? Let's raid Abby. Hopefully, I see you all back here tomorrow for some good old crab champions. And I will see you all later. Good night and goodbye.